stream here. And once again, we have lots of action in the tape today. First things first, RKT rocketing to the moon. We called this 3-bar surge on the daily, and it is flying. Now, it has taken a bit of a breather here in the pre-market. We were hitting highs all the way around this $20 level. So perhaps they want to squeeze it in the regular intraday, another 15% of highs. But nevertheless, our August 8th $17 calls right now are in the money, so those are going to be some profits that I look to secure. A interesting little zone that I have here on RKT, pulling this zone back here. Let's just correct this. This is the upside resistance I expect us to get into in the regular session. We did tap that in the pre-market, this 19 area, just above 19, but I do think that RKT can still push a little bit higher pre-market. So that's on watch for some profits to be taken. I'm also looking to take some profits on my PEG. Our $85 calls are nicely in. What I'm going to be doing with PEG is selling half of my September $85 calls and moving stop to break even. Good to see Roblox taking another little dip here. That's seeing some follow through to the downside. PLTR, I guess I should turn my music down. PLTR is slightly positive on the session. Hood is slightly positive on the session. Some other high flyer movers, we have Krispy Kreme Donut. DNUT, absolutely rolling in the dough today. So Donut, Krispy Kreme, flying to the high side. Once again, another meme stock absolutely printing to the high side today. Very, very strong move across the board. A little bit disappointing on ENPH. Okay, ENPH currently gapping down, closing at 42.50 right now, trading at 40.23, down by about 5% in the pre-market. That's really nothing. That could recapture its whole entire move today. Again, I'm watching this one for a buy the dip. You're still in this healthy consolidation zone, but obviously it is under pressure. The interesting thing about Enphase gapping down is it's really not affecting the solar industry that much. We look at Run. Run is actually at the highs, trying to break out of yesterday's high pivot. So that's a nice little healthy sign that, you know what, maybe this is just some isolated weakness in Enphase and they potentially want to still keep pushing solar stocks higher. Obviously, TAN had that epic little breakout yesterday, bull flag break, seeing a little bit of a digestion of that move today. Let's look at First Solar. First Solar is green on the session, so that one's at the precipice, near-term precipice of breaking out to the upside. Obviously, Solar Edge, we took a little bit of profits trimming at these highs yesterday, and it's still holding up very, very well. So solar stocks still appear to be hanging in there, and I do think that we should continue to see some more momentum. Enphase is one that I think can firm up. Lennar, guys, officially going to be our biggest position winner on the swing trade side. These 120 calls are still printing. We took a whopping amount of profits, but we're still riding these end of year call options 120 calls. So nice job on LEN. Okay. Again, so we closed yesterday, August 15th. We're still riding the September 120 calls on Lennar, which yesterday they were up almost 400%. All right, let's look at some of the other crazy movers. We are seeing some accumulation in Teladoc, TDOC. getting ready for a nice little move to the upside. I think this stock is very, very close. You can see Teladoc, we have a volume weighted average price from this gap down zone here. You can see this volume weighted average price. Teladoc has been bouncing on it a couple times here. This looks ready and coiled for a very large move to the upside, guys. So TDOC is on watch for continuation move. We're writing those 950 upside calls. China stocks are continuing to see some strength. BABA trying to press higher into that 125 zone. Baidu is set to rip. If Baidu can clear this pivot, which it's testing right now, we are absolutely going to see a monster move on Baidu, and then I do think it's off to the races. Again, this little zone here on Baidu will be some minor resistance into this pivot, but since we came close to tapping it once, we should pierce through that zone and head for this gap fill around 98 bucks. And they say stocks at 90 go to 100. All right, guys. So China stocks are still looking quite firm on the session. We're also writing XPEV. This stock does have an upside bias to it, breaking out of this little bit of a downsloping trend line. So that is good on the session. Today, guys, we will have a day trade long on TXN. Texas Instruments gapping down. This one we could also potentially short. So I'm going to work out a little bit later, but I'm going to work out two levels, a short level and a long level, okay? TXN is a high value opportunity that I definitely am looking at trading today, day trading today. Our copper play continues to bounce nicely, pushing into that $100 zone. Let's take a look at silver today, because we are obviously accumulating the silver junior miners. We are looking for an explosive tail end move here in silver. I haven't traded silver in quite a long time, other than just the physical that I hold, but silver is looking really, really interesting. I think there's going to be an explosive move to the upside. That means that our SILJs, Silver Miner Juniors, which we are already printing on, we are looking for an upside move into the $17 handle on Silver Junior Miners. So I do think that that is coming into fruition. Today you do have nvidia gapping up on the session. So nice job taking profits on our nvidia 172.50 puts. Those are definitely seeing some strength. nvidia is clearing its little bearish consolidation. Where I'm expecting nvidia to retest today, and obviously if nvidia pushes higher, this market should continue to rally. But I'm expecting nvidia to try to tap this 171 level. Okay, so the indices might be a tough short until nvidia hits that level. Again, guys, feel free to put any questions in the YouTube chat, Telegram chat, if need be. We got lots of time here before the market opens. Unfortunate to see RKT getting faded a little bit here in the pre-market. RKT definitely coming down. It was flying in the pre-market. It's trading below 17 right now. I still think that they're going to likely try to squeeze this in the regular session. I'd be very, very shocked if they don't. Marijuana stocks are continuing to see a little bit of momentum. Again, CGC I am bullish on. I think this is another sector that can see a squeeze. Look at that volume breakout yesterday. We could see a 3 green soldiers or 3 white soldiers on the daily chart. You got it once, you got it twice yesterday. Let's look for another continuation push here. And one of the reasons I think that's going to happen is because you're seeing so many small cap stocks just absolutely squeezing to the upside here. The IWM is going for another breakout. So IWM right now got that hourly chart breakout yesterday, pulled back. Now it's getting some absolutely very, very strong follow through. And you can see the IWM is going to have resistance here. Let's just remove some of these trend lines to clear up the chart. We'll take that target price away. But the IWM is trying to trigger an inverse head and shoulders on the hourly chart. So if the IWM can actually break through this downsloping trend line, small caps are going to fly to the upside here, guys. There's a clear inverse head and shoulders to be observed, and it's a very, very decent sized. It looks clean. So we should see the IWM make a peekaboo breakout here. I still have a very short-term target of a scalp swing, a short here around 228, but that's where I think IWM is trying to push today. So if this pattern triggers, guys, look at that. We got a 3.88% move to the upside. So we'll call it a 4% move on the IWM in the coming sessions. Coming, say, next 1 to 2 weeks, that could hit. All right. So that puts the IWM around 233 upside target. So we'll continue to watch that, but definitely a strong chart looking. And that basically puts IWM, guys. Where does it put IWM? Back to new all-time highs. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's pump up these small caps. I'm still bullish in this market. We are net long. Lots of positions still on the table. Lots of stocks to squeeze. There's still an ample amount of opportunity in this market. Even if there's stretched valuations in certain sectors and mega caps, there's a lot of opportunity. That coffee tastes good. All right. So let's continue to look through some charts here. Basically, I've outlined some of our positions that we're already holding. Good to see Novo Nordisk trying to firm up here. Again, this is one that's gone a little bit farther breaking down, but I think this one is setting up for a very large long-term trade, guys. Healthcare stocks, in my opinion, are definitely setting up for a nice momentum rally to the upside. I like it a lot. I'm bullish healthcare. Merck seeing some follow through today. You have ICLR, which was one of our most bullish setups over a month ago. That's still seeing some follow through, triggering that daily chart bullish pattern. Again, this is a huge, huge win for us. Nice to see our BTC short continuing to work out, guys. I'm still bearish Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin is coming back down to this key zone over here at the minimum, and then we still have some downside targets. 115, 114, and 112.6. All right, so we're still short off of that 122 level. We are holding BITI. All right, guys. Nothing's really changed there on Bitcoin. You know, if Bitcoin were to come back up to that 122 level, I would just manage this trade with a break-even stop loss. Look for a high pivot sweep of this all-time high, and then re-short it. Okay. Even if Bitcoin wanted to make a move higher, I would look for it to pierce this all-time high and re-short it. But break-even stop loss on the trade. So really we've got nothing there to worry about. Another down day for natural gas. This is getting very interesting. They are absolutely dumping this asset into the report. Natural gas inventories are set to come out tomorrow. So if this continues to fall, I am going to consider a long trade on nat gas, guys. I definitely am. And where might I be looking? Well, right here is minimal, but I want to see this low pivot swept with some force. But the next little pivot zone that I can see is basically over here. How much more of a down move is that? Let's see. Another 4 or 5% down on nat gas, so we'll certainly watch that for a potential scalp. But nat gas is getting interesting, guys. It's getting very, very interesting. I like these straight declines because that gives us opportunities to trade, right? And I'm watching EQT as well. EQT did report earnings, beat on the earnings, miss on the rev, but EQT a little bit lower gets me interested in some upside call options. Same thing with AR. AR is trading into a very, very big level. I want to see AR absolutely continue to break down here. For the time being, it's holding steady though. I could see AR filling this downside gap around 32 Pierce, and that gets me very, very interested, guys. Very interested. Alright, what else is shaking and moving here? Let's see what we got going on. Alright, so we've got ticker LW, Lamb Weston, seeing some strength in the pre-market here, gapping up off of its earnings. We've ticker Wolf, WOLF, seeing some heavy volume here. Wolf speed trying to continue to show its strength and press higher. It's technically holding this little neckline zone, so as long as you remain above that, Wolf speed's looking pretty good for a bit of a swing trade scalp long. It's a very risky ticker to trade. Something that you could easily wake up the next morning if you hold overnight and it's down 20%. MANH, M-A-N-H, seeing a little bit of volume here in the pre-market, gapping up nicely. 235 again. This one has some resistance here around that little pivot zone. There might be a short trade on here. What's the market cap on this bad boy? $12.31 billion, average volume 580. So there might be a short there. It's just a little thin on volume, but it should have a nice amount today. Hopefully we can hear now. I think my mic went muted there. I don't know how long went off for, but I wasn't registering any bars. But we are back. So we'll see if we can find some more trade setups. All right, we also have VST, Vistra Corp, showing some signs of accumulation and breaking out here. Get something in my eye. VST popping to the upside. This looks like a nice high pivot liquidity sweep that is occurring today. So I'd let this sweep by a pretty decent margin, but there could be a short scalp on that name, but it needs to go quite a bit higher. Where I'd consider a short scalp on VST, guys, is into this 204, 205 zone. Okay? That's where I'd consider it. Let's see what else we got moving here in the pre-market. Some stocks on the downside. We got ticker FI, seeing a decent amount of volume here in the pre-market. FI is actually gapping down here. Beautiful bear flag breakdown. I don't even know if there's an area we can trade on the long side. But that's down quite sharply on the session. Just give me a second with this name. I'll see if I can isolate a long level. Yeah, actually, I do see the weekly 200 moving average, guys. Your weekly 200, look where that's coming into play. That's looking quite interesting. Along with the weekly 200, you have this beautiful little trend line. Pivot high to pivot high to pivot high, backtest breakout zone. So right in that area looks like a high value target to go long. Let me just see if there's anything else I can spot here on my other chart. I do have another trend line of confluence here, so we're just doing some simple trend line analysis. You can see that trend line as well, another trend line all confluencing in this area, so that's additional support. I like that a lot. Now let me do another little bit of work here. Wow, very, very interesting. You also have a 618 Fibonacci retrace from your COVID low drop. That's a very interesting. So from this low of COVID to your high, you have a 618 retrace right in this zone. Guys, I like it. I'm actually going to put alert there. Let me just do a few other things here on the chart. Very interesting. I'm going to put an alert there, guys, for FI on the long side. So right into that weekly 200 zone. Confluence of a fib level. There's some volume there. A couple key trend lines. That looks like a very interesting setup on the long side still. Alright, TXN, guys. I already did some work on this last night. And daily chart. I wanted to pierce this daily 200 moving average. Basically in the pre-market, this is the level that we already tapped. Around this 187. You can see we're bouncing off that by a few dollars. But I want it to come into this long level. So we'll call it, I get interested around 187 pierced on TXN, guys. Alright. 187 pierce, I get very interested on TXN. So that's a high setup, high probable setup on the long side. FI that we just discussed, that's a very good setup on the long side. Let's look at our Lockheed Martin from yesterday. What is that doing this morning? Yeah, that's gapping up. Damn, that gapped up nicely. It's exactly what we were looking for, that little gap up. So if anyone took that, nice job, but I was just missed it by a hair, a few hairs here. It could still come down. I would still consider taking it if it came down again, guys. Lockheed. But it is trying to break out of this falling wedge pattern, so it does potentially have a little bit more upside. And this is a name it's an institutional stock, so you know there's buyers. Heavy buyers here defending it. Alright, so what else we got going on? So EMPH, we already discussed that. That one is down on the session, but it is trying to firm up off of these lows here, guys. And we are seeing other solar stocks trying to still make a push to the high side, like Run trying to break out. Solar Edge still very, very strong for solar. So the broad market in solar is still showing some accumulation strength, which is what I like to see. I definitely like to see that. Alright, we have ON Semiconductor coming under some pressure today on the back of Texas Instruments. So this is another name that we took profits on this Monday candle here. Nice reversal. Then you had an epic surge yesterday, all for it to basically trap that long liquidity in. So this is being influenced by TXN earnings. So right now you have a little bit of weakness in certain semiconductor names. You know, the SMCI is trading flat. There's a big difference between what the SOX is doing. SOX is actually at the lows, gapping down by about a couple bucks here. But SMH is holding up much, much better compared to the SOX because of NVIDIA's weighting. So your SOXS is seeing some continued strength today off of those lows. Remember, we did pare back some of the position. Okay. But you can see SOXS trying to break out of this high pivot sweep. Okay, so that is looking like it could put the semiconductors through a bit of distribution. So it's going to be interesting to see how the QQQ holds up this morning. Again, the Qs have achieved my upside target in the near term. Can they sweep these areas? For sure they can. For sure they can. Just clean this chart up a little bit. The big level that I see on the Qs, they're getting stuck right now, right at this wide range green bar. That's still technical resistance. Along with your wide range green bar, you kind of have your opening range from yesterday, prior day low. So there's still a lot of resistance here for Qs, and we still have a lower bear target on watch. You're just getting more broad participation from the rest of the market, which is actually very healthy, guys. Very healthy. The fact that we're seeing small caps as well as the S&P holding steady that is a decent sign in the near term. Alright, so we've discussed DNUT. That one's flying to the high side. Krispy Kreme. Everyone likes a good donut. Let's look at WeBuy. That's seeing some volume in the pre-market as well. Down on the session. It looks to be breaking down. Let's look at open. If there's any other... Anonymous saying all day long call today. There you go, Anonymous. Look at open, guys. Open wants that gap. That's where I'm looking to take profits into. That gap fill. That's where I want to trim my $3 puts. There's definitely a lot of strength, but there's pockets of weakness. And, you know, all day long, it's a bold call right off the open. Considering that there's still weakness in those semis, guys. Don't be fooled. These semis have a bear flag pattern that is triggering on the hourly chart. And if we end up losing these key levels here, that's a bit of a concern. Because semis do have a decent amount of downside. They're holding some technical support right now. Backtesting this key zone. But if semis start to see more weakness, we got this broadening formation. We have quite a bit of downside that could occur back into this little zone here. But as of now, stocks at the open will be hitting technical support. And you have a strong S&P 500 market, and you have a strong IWM. So you do want to give it the benefit of the doubt that we push higher, but not everything is created equal today. Not everything is created equal. So just keep that in mind. Let's look at some of the high flyers from yesterday. FFAI still trying to push. This is one that if we get another sweep of these highs, guys, I would look to short it. QuantumScape, that's coming in a little bit, ever so slightly. Still inside of this wide range red bar. Another name, if you get a high sweep of this area into a gap fill, then I think that that provides a little bit of a shorting opportunity as well. Let me see what else is going on here. Alright, so most active stocks, RKT, nvidia, Lucid. Let's look at Lucid. Lucid trying to push up. Another one that is into a ton of resistance on the daily chart here. Can you get through this resistance and sweep it? Sure you can. But 350 is your next short zone on Lucid. I'm not looking to trade on the long side. Plug Power today, seeing some strength. Very interesting. That's gapping up a little bit. Ford. Ford's still trying to hold steady. Let's look at crude oil. Crude oil still looks weak, guys, but I still think there's going to be one more little mini pop and then the big move down. So I know a lot of people are piling on the short side right here, but I don't think it's just quite ready for the short side. That would be too easy of a setup if they break this bear flag right away. So I think we get one more little pop-up. I'm looking for a pierce of 66 bucks for a short in crude oil. So some of these energy stocks, XOM green. Rig had a big day yesterday, breaking to the high side. APH. Seeing some strength today. Let's quickly run through some of these high short interest names. Rumble, Upstart. Upstart is one that could squeeze, guys. This is one that's had some nice consolidation on the daily chart. Intraday, you can argue there is a bullish inverse head and shoulders pattern that is triggering. So keep Upstart on watch because this is a high flyer. If this market starts to squeeze, Upstart will catch some of that liquidity. RILY also looks like another one that's going to push, guys, for a high pivot liquidity sweep. That is looking very, very interesting from my perspective. Oscar Health down a little bit today. That's okay. Green on the session. Nat gas continuing to get clobbered here. Beautiful. Like that a lot. Tesla down by about 0.25%. Alright, so high short interest names we're going through right now because this is the trend in the market. We are seeing absolute monumentous short squeezes everywhere. RKT, Krispy Kreme today, ticker DNUT. We saw ticker Wolf yesterday make a huge move. I think Chewy is close to also having a short squeeze. Chewy's on watch. Look at the Saba chart, guys. This is also a highly speculative name, but healthcare, biotech, starting to break out to the high side. And I do think that that these names could probably push up. But Saba Science is off to a huge squeeze to the upside. Let's look at VKTX again. Interested in buying a pullback on this name. Still just consolidating. AI is taking a little bit of a breather off of that double top 30 handle. It needs to consolidate for a few days, and then I do think AI is going to push. No, I am live on Telegram, JP. Is it not working? Mic check on Telegram. There we go. Sometimes Telegram's weird. It needs like a little reset. But sorry about that. I thought it was going this whole time. Thanks for that heads up. Anonymous looking at Crocs. Yeah, look at Crocs here. Crocs is trying to break out above your prior day high or testing that prior day high from yesterday. Chart doesn't look too bad. Nice basing formation. You could argue that this is a really large basing formation for a big push up. Resistance, near-term resistance on Crocs is going to be this upsloping trend line, your previous little neckline of resistance as well. But definitely looks like it's trying to firm up here. I could see this also running. Definitely. See what else we got here going. Wow, this Abivax. Has anyone traded this before? I don't even know. Is this it? I don't even know the ticker. Oh my god, look at this ABVX, guys. Up 500%. That's insane. This is a China ADR. What the heck's the news on this bad guy? 663 million market cap, not after today's pump. Abivax shares surge. Abivax shares surge as colitis drug candidate shows promise. Sixfold ulcerative colitis showed promise in a late-stage critical trial. Candidate for bowel condition. Anyone need to take a poo? Wow. Look at that. What a monster move. Anyone chasing this today? Maybe a scalp short. That's crazy. 500% on that name? That's nasty. How come no one told me to go long that? Alright, we got ANEB as well, making a monster move. Plans to terminate registration of common stock. Interesting. Wow, this is actually shattering some major pivot highs. Broke through these, breaking this one. I mean, where are you going? What's the market cap on this guy? We're looking at 75 million, average volume 38. Ew! 19.35, 19,000 volume for the 30-day average. That's just peanuts. This stock is manipulated like you cannot believe. They're gonna dump this stock probably. Maybe squeeze it and then dump it. But not a name that I can even try to trade with that little volume. Let's move along. Let's move along. Wow, look at GoPro. GoPro is absolutely flying here. What the heck? Is GoPro being bought out or something? GoPro shares jump about 45% to $2, following a prior 41% rise, totaling a 65% pre-market. Wow, that's crazy. What a monster move in GoPro. Coming into a little bit of a near-term resistance zone. There's some pretty crazy moves going on today. The trend continues, guys. Look at GoPro, absolutely beaten down. Beaten down to a pulp, tough name to short. Enough volume there. Definitely enough volume. What else we got going on? Alpha Wang Lee Group, WLGS up over 70%. Alpha Modus Holdings, CLSD, Clearside Biomedic, HCTI. Nah, nothing there. CLSD. It's trying to gap up, nothing there. OFAL. Whoops. Nothing really to do there. So again, I'm looking at managing this RKT trade. Basically our $17 calls are in the money for that August 8th time frame. So that should open up probably over 100% on the win, maybe more. But the fact is that we hit a massive level in the pre-market. Look at that high pivot there. 1978. That's where I want to see us retest. I would love to see us retest there, guys. If we can retest there, that stock would absolutely squeeze. You can see this beautiful parallel channel. But I would love to see a rocket move to the upside, retest that zone. Again, I'm watching TXN on my chart. I've already given the long level on TXN. I'm looking at probably buying common shares, but I may consider, once I see the chain, how it opens up on TXN with this gap down, I may consider actually buying. If we get into this zone, I'd look at buying in the money calls around 185 calls, maybe 187.50s, depending on what they're offering. I have natural gas on watch for a swing trade. Obviously keep my eye on solar, which end face is gapping down. I do plan on taking profits on the swing trade front, guys. Our $85 PEG calls absolutely printing to the high side here, so I do plan on taking profits on that trade, okay? Just as a initial heads up, that's definitely something I'm going to be doing. Again, in terms of the S&P 500, guys, no real short zone until you get into this upsloping trend line, which puts the S&P to about 632, even 633. You know, if we look at some of these upside targets on the SPX, I still have a target on the SPX of 63.60. 63.60 is an upside target on the SPX, guys. So I definitely think there's going to be a continuation move in SPY, and this allows me a chance to again reduce some of my long exposure, look for additional setups. I'm taking half of my profits on PEG today. Rocket, RKT, we should be banking on that. ICLR, I mean, I'm so bullish on this name, I don't even want to trim it even after this big move. ICLR continuing to show more strength. Lennar as well, continuing to show strength. China stocks continue to show strength. So there's still a whole host of bullishness in this market. I want to see these silver junior miners absolutely rocket to the upside. Unfortunate for CNI. This one is gapping down. I took a bit of an earnings lotto. It was a very small position going into earnings. I still like it down here on the long side. I mean, we still have time on these call options, but I am potentially looking to accumulate a little bit more on this name. Still think we can have an end of year push into the 108, 110 zone. That should be pretty easy for this stock. Alright, so we're going to keep this RKT on watch because we will be managing this trade, guys, off of the open. So I'll keep RKT on watch. These zones here. So watching Donut, Krispy Kreme for a short, TXN for a long, basically everything else in between. And the markets do look bullish, guys. They do look very, very bullish. Just as a heads up. Short level on DNUT above $6. Let's see where we open here. $17 RKT calls are in the money. We were hammering that yesterday, guys, before this big pump. So we tried pounding the table. I don't know how many alerts I put in the chat regarding RKT. Our markets are open here. Come on, give me some prints. Give me some prints. RKT selling off a little bit. Donut still strong. Tesla coming in. See how SPY's doing here. SPY's seeing a little bit of selling off of the open. Just a little bit. RKT still trying to hold steady, but coming in a little bit. Ah, what's happening with this Man H, guys? That one's coming into a short zone. Wow, Man H squeezing up 21% here, guys. Oh my goodness, FI now coming into alerts. We got too many stocks coming into zones here, guys. We got a lot of stocks hitting levels. FI is into a long level here. We got TXN coming into a long level. Oh my goodness. I just took a small stab on the long side, 134.50 on FI, 134.50. Long, this is a half position. Tesla seeing more selling. Solar stocks, Enphase getting clobbered right now. I'm long 134.50, guys. Common shares on FI. Next add would be around 132.50. Just gonna keep this for 2 entries. Come on, target back to about 136.50. I want at least $2 on this FI. I think we can get $2 on this FI. Wow, look at our ICLR, guys. All right, I'm gonna have to trim a bit here on ICLR, guys. Still hanging in there. RKT did a full-on reversal, guys. RKT did a full-on reversal. We are seeing FI coming in a little bit more now. Down 19%. Alright guys, I just took my second fill here on FI. 132.50. I will not add to the position anymore. Hit coming down, making a full round trip. Can you look at Lucid and Laser? Yeah, for sure I can. Sticking with this. What a nasty little down move in FI. Let me look at Lucid on my other screen here. Yeah, Lucid pumping to the high side of 4.47%. Very strong move. TXN, guys, is coming into a long level as well. TXN is coming into a long level. It's tapping that daily 200 moving average. So it's looking pretty good. TXN. Teladoc still strong. LAZR, so Luminar, we've already traded that one. That one, again, breaking out to the high side. This name is definitely into some resistance, LAZR, but it does look like it wants to at least push to about $4, but it could do some backing and filling today. That's for sure. Okay. SPY still hanging in there, guys. SPY hanging in there. Tesla making a bullish recovery. Bitcoin selling off. RKT did a full round trip, guys. RKT did a full round trip. Basically looking for continuation move to the upside now. Still slightly green on the session, but definitely coming in. Donut coming in as well. No bounce yet in FI. Down by about $3 on the trade. Guys, I'm looking at trimming some profits here on PEG. We're at the highs of this session. I am trimming my upside calls, my September 19th. Wow, FI continuing to sell here. The spread is just too wide right now, guys, on PEG. I'm going to let it tighten up before I exit some of these calls and take profits. So our $85 September 19th calls, we're already up 100% on them. But if we can get the ask to tighten up here, we should make even more than that. All right, let's flip back to FI here. Again, my average is at 133.50. 133.50 long. It is falling sharply here. Slicing through some massive support zones. You can see it even slice through that weekly 200 MA. Pretty insane. SPY right now still trying to hang in there. RKT's trying to push up. Open, guys. Open is now into a profit target zone. I'm looking to close out my $3 puts on open, guys. Guys, I'm closing out my open puts here at 86 cents. Right into that gap fill. Just took profits on open, guys. What is driving stocks up? You can see why stocks is ripping here. Because of TXN, guys. TXN. TXN is under a lot of pressure. That's why. TXN is still near the lows. And I have a long level just a little bit lower on TXN, guys. Let it drop. Let it drop. I'm watching TXN very closely, but that's what's driving stocks up. And that's why the markets haven't had a huge rip to the upside yet. But again, just as an FYI, open, I trimmed into that gap there. SPY again. SPY still holding steady, guys. Nvidia is strong, yep. Nvidia very strong. KT trying to make another push to the high side, guys. Here comes SPY. Remember, SPY still has some more upside. SPY still has some more upside. Copper stocks ripping. Nectar Therapeutics seeing some squeezing volume here as well. Nectar's trying to break out. This could be a high volume surge and breakout, guys. Still waiting on FI to catch a bit of a technical bounce. Nvidia up 1.81%. On Semiconductor down 7. BABA, China, still strong. Enphase down 9. Ticker run is flat. Tesla's negative. Bitcoin down 1.8. Natural gas still falling sharply. Apple's now negative, guys. Down on this position, just common shares. Keep SPY up here. RKT, guys, RKT. I did not close my calls, but I'm looking for this one to float back to the highs of the session. Come on, RKT. Let's get these 17s back in the money. Remember, RKT had a massive move to the upside. Massive move to the upside. Still seeing GoPro surging, Donut up 20, Neo up 3, nvidia up 1.74, ABVX still holding up 560%, Quantum State seeing some negative price action here. Come on, RKT, pump it back up. We're still up nicely on the $17 RKT call, guys. We're still up 100% on our $17 call, which is telling me that they're probably going to try to print this back to the high side. I think they are. They're trying to put this back to the high side. Georgiana's saying LCTX confirming the 2021 trendline breakout. LCLX. What's the ticker again? LCTX. 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 Lineage Cell Therapeutics. Yeah, trying to hold steady. Breaking out of a potential flag pattern here. We've still got a wedge pattern on the daily, so it hasn't given you a complete breakout. But it's trying. It's definitely trying. Let's look at ENPH here. That one's under a lot of pressure right now. Still seeing some volume accumulation trends. Still think it can firm up here, but it needs to try to hold these lows. TAN also coming in a little bit. TXN, guys, that's still melting lower. We're gonna have a long trade on TXN, guys. TXN, I'm gonna look for some upside call options. Come on, we're going for that pre-market low into this 186 zone. 186 to 184 is where I like TXN. Still long FI at 133.50. It's trying to have a minor little bounce here, but very, very weak on the session still. Come on, FI. Take us back to this 137 pivot. I'd be very happy. SPY starting to come in a little bit. RKT coming in. Microsoft is weak. Yes, thank you for the observation. A lot more red starting to appear on the screen. You've had Apple turn negative, Tesla, Netflix. So there's definitely some weakness hitting the tape here, guys. Not everything is holding its strength. You can even see Donut is trying to lose some momentum here. Donut's coming in. SPY starting to gap and crack. Potential gap and crack. Open now down 19%. Again, I took profits on my open, guys. I took profits on my open. Come on, RKT, hold steady. FI needs to hold steady. SPY still coming in. All right, so how I'm gonna play TXN, we're a couple dollars away from our long level. I'm gonna buy the 185 calls, guys, for end of week. This is a day trade, very risky trade, but 185 calls for end of the week. Pre-market lows around that 188 level, 187 pierced. Tesla's still trying to firm up. Get ready on this TXN, guys. Get ready. It's dropping hard. Let it fall. I'm looking at entering 2 tranches. I'm gonna buy the 185 end of week call options, July 25th. Right now they're around 450-ish. But first entry is gonna be a pierce of 187. Second entry will be around 184. So we have about a $2.50 range here that we're gonna trade on TXN, okay? Don't bounce it yet. Don't bounce it yet. SPY still struggling a little bit. SPY is seeing some more weakness, guys. Will Tesla bring this whole market down? Well, Tesla's strong right now. I think they're going to keep Tesla elevated at least into earnings. Nvidia's still green. Open getting absolutely annihilated here. Silver Jr. still holding steady. Marijuana stocks going red. China stocks still holding steady. XPEV is flying here. Ticker Run is actually holding up quite well considering the weakness in solar today. This is showing some massive relative strength. BABA continuing to show some relative strength as well. We are absolutely long China. I like China a lot. BABA is running into a little bit of near-term resistance. Look at XPEV Fly, guys. This name is absolutely printing to the high side. Very interesting short squeeze opportunity. Still seeing Upstart, Riley, LMND. There's still a lot of high short interest names that are green on the screen. KSS struggling today. KSS is down sharply on the session. So it's a mixed bag of tricks here, guys. Look at KSS. That wants its gap fill. All right, can we get RKT to push up, guys? I'm still long the $17 calls. Still looking for a high of day push. Give me a continuation move. Remember, in the pre-market, guys, if I flip to where RKT traded, we hit all the way up here around 1976. I mean, my oh my. What a crazy, crazy move. What a crazy move on RKTX. Let's see if we can push back up there. SPY right now catching a really big stick. TXN did not hit our level. Came just shy. Nice push on QBTS today. That name is absolutely printing to the high side. Look at that breakout. This is a huge momentum trade. Looking like it's at least going to sweep this 1980 level. Still watching TXN for a long. Still watching TXN for a long. Ticker Wolf, WOOF, seeing some more strength today. That's near the highs of its session. Riley Automotive still holding strength. Still waiting on this FI, guys. FI still struggling down here. Still looking for a move back to 137. You know, I mean, I'm looking for at least $2 on this trade. $2 on this trade. Come on. Come on, FI. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Again, I'm looking for, my average is at 133.50. I'm down right now. 100 shares long. So it's a pretty small position. TXN is bouncing. SPY trying to bounce. RKT still getting sold into. Look at this ANED. Healthcare stocks still showing strength. Bitcoin really coming in here, guys. BTC is definitely coming in hard here. Hard and fast. I like to see that for our short. Beautiful. Looking at PEG, that's still holding steady, guys. That's still holding steady, PEG. SPY starting to come in, looking a little bit heavier here. SPY definitely coming in hard here. So definitely seeing that weakness continuing. And why are we seeing more weakness? Look at semiconductors. They're at the lows trying to break that support, guys. They are trying to break that support. I am considering exiting my SOX test up here, the other half. But you know what? I'm net long, so I'm going to keep riding this. You might get a back test of this little trend line, but SOXS is definitely trying to break out here. Definitely trying to break out here, guys. So we could see more weakness hit this tape. It does look like, look at that little hourly chart breakdown. You're trying to do a little bit of a liquidity sweep here in the markets. Mara getting absolutely clobbered. That is down 11%, guys. My, oh my. MARA getting slaughtered to the downside today. TXN trying to bounce. On semiconductor down sharply. Stocks is definitely still seeing SPY trying to hold steady here and bounce. Still looking at TXN for a long. KT still trying to hold steady. Bitcoin not gas. Apple all selling here. Missed that short trade setup on Man H. That was damn. I had too many alerts going off at the same time. Couldn't execute that short level that we discussed, but look at that money level. My oh my. Wish I pulled the trigger on that. That's already dropping 4.5% from that level. So if anyone caught that, nice job. Still riding this FI. I'm still looking for a couple dollar balance in FI. The market's just weak right now. SPY trying to hold steady. Let's see if we can retest that opening range low. Again, FI still struggling down here. Still struggling down here. Bart asking, do you still hold your Joby puts? Yep, I am. We got time on those. We still got a month on those. I still think Joby's gonna come down. We still got a month, August 22nd for Joby, so I'm comfortable holding that. I still think Joby's gonna have a nice move down into this gap fill, 618 zone. You know, a lot of these stocks like Open are giving back their gains. QuantumScape that we short on this move gave up its gains, right? So all these stocks are gonna come in. You're just seeing a lot of short squeezes. We've been pulling a whole host of profits from this market. Let's see, Lucid again. Ryan looking at nvidia leaps. Yeah, nvidia right now is into some resistance here, backtesting this zone. I'm still cautious with nvidia. It never officially filled that gap, so with semiconductors seeing a little bit of weakness today, I'm just trading it slightly cautious right now. Ryan asking how much I'm up this past month. I'll give you an update at the end of the month. A lot of volatility happening today. Stocks are rotating pretty aggressively here. TXN still coming in, but seeing some strength off of this pre-market low zone. I still like it. RKT still holding a little bit positive. You have Oscar down today. Roblox seeing more selling. Come on, RKT. SPY still dripping lower here, guys. SPY is still dripping, coming into your prior day high here. TXN, big bounce on TXN. Alright, SPY could be ready for a bounce here. If it holds this low, we should float back at least to about 631. This is an aggressive long area. If you want to take a long here, I'm seeing TXN getting some accumulation. That's the real heavyweight that's dragging this semiconductor market down. JP saying home sales at 10. Thank you. Look at nat gas again. Nat gas is aggressively selling here, guys. There might be a day trade opportunity here on the long side. Cabin admin saying HIMS is flying. My Wi-Fi seems slow today. Weird. Very weird. I don't like it. A little bit of a lag. Let's take a look at HIMS. Yeah, HIMS is flying. HIMS is absolutely ripping here. Pretty crazy. Yep, SPY about to hit previous day high. HIMS is moving here. Very strong move. JP saying having the same issue. Wi-Fi. Thanks, JP. Yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on here, but definitely feels a little bit behind today. Want to run a yeah, like I said, if you want to take a long on SPY, this is definitely an aggressive zone to do it. Right up to this prior day high, you're going to front run some traders. I'm going to let it sweep this little bit of a low and then look to enter, but it's risky, right? You can see that maybe there's a falling wedge pattern forming, but we're not quite yet at the low of this falling wedge. Tapping prior day high, there is some support for sure. For sure. TXN is moving up, guys. It's a big heavyweight. Nvidia falling though. TXN moving up. Nvidia falling. RKT trying to push up here. Still bullish on RKT, guys. I'm still riding $17 August 8th calls. I have not trimmed. Alright, I'm going to look for an entry on SPY, guys. A little bit lower. Around this zone here. I would buy the 630 0DTE calls. Right off that prior day high, you are getting a bounce. They're defending it. They are defending it. Meta's still green, nvidia's still green. Tesla's still green, Apple down 0.75. Big bounce on TXN, guys. Big bounce on SPY as well. On SPY, that's a very nice day tradable bounce. Anyone that took that right off of PDH, nice job. I missed it. I was being a little bit more conservative, but we still have longs in FI. Guys, this name is trying to perk up a little bit. Come on. Push it. Push it. KT still hanging in there. SPY trying to bounce. Falling wedge pattern, trying to break out. SPY continuing. RKT about to go as well. RKT trying to form this wedge pattern. It is trying to break out, guys. We could get a squeeze here momentarily on RKT. Come on, break out of this wedge pattern. Break out of this wedge pattern. We could get a squeeze. Let's look at DNUT. As the market firms, these stocks that saw heavy moves are going to push up. Krispy Kreme looking creamy here. Donut is trying to move, guys. RKT trying to move. Here comes the volume on RKT, guys. Come on. Let's pump this. We're still no $17 calls. Let's push it. FI, I'm still long off that 133.50 zone, guys. FI trying to make a move higher. First TP zone that I'm looking at on FI. $136.27, $136.27 on FI. Come on, FI. So we're basically flat on FI. SPY right now is still trying to hold steady and break out. Nice prints on SPY coming in. nvidia is still seeing green accumulation. RKT still trying to move up here, guys. Krispy Kreme acting well. Tesla acting very, very well. Tesla looks like it wants to push for some new highs here, guys. Tesla looking very, very good. Look at the opening range strength. You're above your opening range highs, so it's outperforming the S&P 500 right now. It's also outperforming the QQQ right now. So your weakness is still being observed in your SOXX, guys. Look at semiconductors. They are still the heartbeat of this market, and we're seeing a bit of a breakdown. You're trying to sweep this low pivot liquidity, but you are coming into this gap fill support. So that's where I think the better long lies, right into this gap fill support on semiconductors. You should see a bounce continuation. Again, the weakness in semis is primarily from TXN, Texas Instrument, as well as ON, and nvidia is coming in a touch here, guys. Natural gas still down 4%. Bitcoin trading under 118 on this session. SPY still trying to hang in and break out of this falling wedge pattern on the 1 minute chart, guys. Come on, FI. Keep pushing. Again, TP1 on FI is around that 136 zone, guys. 136. Tesla coming in. RKT coming in. Enphase getting slaughtered, down 12%. China stock still green. It's still acting well, guys. SPY's trying to push here. A little bit more strength coming into play. A little bit more strength. QuantumScape's gone negative. Give me a sec here, guys. Sorry about that, guys. Important phone call. Alright, so we are seeing FI, guys. FI is starting to move. Everyone had the opportunity to get long this one. Come on. Come on. Start to squeeze it to the upside here. Let's pump it to the upside. Come on, FI. Push, 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 push. Again, I'm long 100 common shares. Right now, we did have a chance to take a couple dollars profit there. But I'm still looking for a little bit more. We're going to get a 3-bar surge on the 1 minute chart here. SPY still holding steady, trying to firm up. We are seeing some accumulation in this market. Come on, keep going, FI, keep going. TXN still trying to see some buying. RKT coming back down. Come on. Give us a little bit more. Give us a little bit more. SPY still holding. SPY still grinding higher, guys. SPY is still grinding higher here. So back to SPY here. And watch this eat FI on my other screen. SPY still trying to move higher. Bit of a dip there coming into the equity market. SPY really starting to sell off. SPY definitely coming in hard here. Hard and fast. Hard and fast. Are they going to negate this falling wedge pattern? The next little support zone we have is coming into play here. TXN still trying to push. RKT coming in hard. RKT really coming in hard. Come on, FI, guys. FI, I'm looking at taking first trim here momentarily. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Pierced into 136. Even here is interesting, but I'm going to press it. I'm going to try to press this. I'm going to sell half the position on. Come on. Keep going. SPY starting to look a little bit heavier here, though. FI still trying to go. Just a heads up, guys, I'm trimming half of my peg calls here, PEG. Members, that's a swing trade. I am trimming half of my September peg calls. Trimmed half of my September PEG calls for 151%. Member swing trade. Look back at SPY. SPY still coming in, but we could be shaping. If this holds here, could be a nice little inverse head and shoulders on SPY. Could be a really nice inverse head and shoulders on SPY if this holds. It's not really my big technical level, but I am seeing some accumulation trends hitting this tape here again. Look at open real quick. Is there a trade there on open? OPEN. I'm still watching FI, guys. We're coming into profit target 1 very shortly here. Open is trying to hold a higher low. If you want to go long open here, using this wick as your stop loss, I am okay with that. Just abide by your stops and your risk. Are you saying bull killed it yesterday? Yeah, it did. Seeing some follow through today. A lot of stocks crushed it yesterday. A lot of stocks. You're seeing a little bit of distribution hitting the tape here. Unfortunate to see RKT selling off here. That's trying to go back to the negative side. Still have weakness in nat gas, mega cap, tech. Alright guys, I am just going to put a break even stop loss on this FI, just as an FYI. Break even stop loss at 133.50, which we're coming in hot and heavy right now. So I'm managing a break even stop loss on FI. I do not want to see this go lower on me. Again, my average is at 133.50 here. Still looking for TP1. TXN still trying to push. SPY still trying to push. Alright, I might get stopped out here, guys. Alright, it just hit my stop loss there on FI, guys. Stop loss hit on FI. We can always reassess. We can always reassess. I'm not willing to take a loss on this trade, which is why I'm putting a break even. We can always reassess the trade. SPY does look like an inverse head and shoulders trying here. It's really, really trying. RKT is fighting from negative to positive. It's certainly trying. KSS still down sharply. Open still down. Let's look at LMT. LMT has had a really solid bounce. Netflix still seeing some more distribution, guys. Another down day for Netflix. This is really healthy to see. I love it. And now it's going to get ready for a big bounce. But Netflix is certainly coming in. Let's look at silver today. Silver still continuing to push, guys, up 0.4%. Still J. I still think Still J is going to push. DXY. Dixie's still softening a touch here. Let's look at those semiconductors, because that again is what's causing this market to continue to see weakness in distribution. They are trying to backtest and firm up as we speak. Look at your IWM. Your IWM is still showing absolute strength, guys. IWM still showing absolute strength. You have that beautiful inverse head and shoulders. Still trying to break out here. Oscar back to the green side. Roblox definitely seeing some final distribution. I like to see Roblox continue to fall here. Good little bear flag on Roblox. That is coming down nice and hard. I like that a lot. Let's keep chopping Roblox down. Come on, RKT. RKT still trying to hold this positive price, but looking a little bit bearish right now. Definitely looking somewhat bearish. Alright guys, how I'm going to play RKT, my $17 calls for August 8th, I'm just going to keep a break-even stop loss at that 87-cent zone. Alright. Break-even stop loss on RKT at 87 cents. We're still up by about 30 cents on the trade. Almost 50%. Could have taken over 100. But definitely going to manage a break-even stop loss on that trade, all right? TXN still bouncing. The S&P 500 coming in a little bit here, guys. Just be careful. The S&P is getting rejected at that little neckline zone, so we could see it. Yeah, HIMS is definitely coming in here. I'm interested in shorting HIMS after one more spike high today. I'd consider a short. And you can see there's a trend line here that it is tapping, which is why you're seeing some selling. But one more spike high, and I would consider scalp shorting HIMS for sure. Pava, very strong today. That's trying to break out to the high side, guys. CAVA pushing. Big Bear BBAI, that's putting in a beautiful intraday pattern. Looks like it wants to go higher. SPY continuing to see some strength here. SPY trying to retest this little neckline breakout. Is this inverse head and shoulders going to trigger? We'll see. SPY trying to break here, guys. SPY is trying to break. GEV ripping on earnings. Yep. GEV, we did look at that in the pre-market. It has a much higher upside potential. Oh wow, I didn't even realize it hit this area. Oh my goodness, I should have put an alert. Wow, it hit long-term resistance. Look at that trend line. That would have been a huge scalp short. Oh, I'm kicking myself now. That's so disappointing. I can't believe it hit that area so quickly. I thought it was going to at least take another day or two. Wow. That's crazy. That is crazy. RKT trying to firm up again, guys. I'm still long. Let's see if we got a trade on this donut. Krispy Kreme holding that opening range low on the 10. Interesting. Alright guys, I'm going to take a little bit of a lotto on DNUT here. Let's see if we can trade this on the long side. I only have August 15th calls? What the heck? Alright, let's go for a lotto on the August 15th. They don't even have a $6 strike zone. Are you kidding me? That's just nasty. What do they want me to trade here? They want me to trade 7s? That's crazy. Really, the only thing you can trade is 5s. And they're priced at $1. Oh, this donut. I don't know if I should trade it. No, I'm not going to trade it. That's a shitty options chain. Really, you're better to just buy the actual common stock. Look for a move back to high a day. That could be a 17% gain. SPY still trying to make a move higher here. Natural gas still struggling. I'm potentially interested in scalping long this donut. Guys, I'm going to buy donut common shares at 470. 470. If we get a move into the 470 zone, I'm going to go long DNUT. %3 down move. If I put 4.7 couple thousand shares of donut at 470, guys. My stop loss is going to be this 453 zone. SPY's catching a nice bid here. Trying to make a move higher here. SPY's really shaking and moving to the upside. Seeing more strength hitting a tape. Oscar back to the positive side. Come on, Rocket. RKT, try to push. Anyone still holding FI? I got shaken out, of course. Friggin' this one's pushing into TP1. Anyone still holding FI? Nice little job. I got shaken out at a break even. I'm just looking at protecting my capital. If But DNUT, come on. I'm looking for a long off of 470. I'd buy about 2,000 shares. The stop loss risking about 3.4% move. We are going to trade donut on the long side. Tesla coming in a little bit. Still looking okay. Still positive on the sessions. SPY still trying to push higher here, guys, on the tape. Roblox still getting hit to the downside. Again, so we took profits, members, on ICLR swing trade. We sold half of our trade at the 168 range. Again, we trimmed half of our swing trade at 168. And we also took half of our contracts off the table for PEG. We've been calling out the utility plays. But ICLR is a huge, huge swing trade winner, guys, on our first trim. And I'm still bullish in this name. I'm looking to maybe even accumulate a little bit more call options. The first trim around just above 27%. Still think we can hit 182. SPY still looking positive here. Still watching Rocket, Donut, Tesla here, nvidia. SPY still strong on the session. Thermo Fisher still moving. Lamb Weston still moving sharply. Texas Instruments still down sharply. EMPH still down sharply. I mean, look at EMPH. It's getting absolutely crushed here to the downside. Almost like they want to shake a lot of people out. Still think it's into an interesting area over the long term. FSLR, not too bad on FSLR, not too bad on Sunrun either. That's chart still holding okay. See Google taking a little bit of a breather here. Same thing with Apple taking a little bit of a breather. nvidia is trying to firm up. Nice price action again in TDOC. This is a strong name today, guys. TDOC looks very strong. TDOC does look like it wants to break out, just as an FYI. That's trying to rip. See what SPY is doing here. SPY is still trying to push up here, guys. SPY is still trying to push. How's the IWM doing? IWM also grinding higher and higher. New high of day being set on IWM. Very strong price action. Donut, Krispy Kreme trying to make a move. RKT going back to the negative side. That's very unfortunate for Rocket, guys. Remember, break-even stop loss on that Rocket trade. Still up on the calls, but definitely, you didn't even have time to exit the calls at the highs of the session today, but they were in the money. Let's take a peek at crude oil here. Yeah, so crude oil has inventories right now, I believe. Yeah, crude oil inventories are coming out right now, guys. Crude oil inventories are coming out right now. Lots of volatility in crude. Lots of volatility. So, I would short crude at a move to 66.18, 66.17. I am looking at crude as a short off of that zone. So if crude oil spikes, it could put a little bit of pressure on the S&P 500. Just a little bit of pressure. Nvidia still up 1.24, Meta still up 0.5%. We're trying here. S&P really falling sharply, guys. Really big fall there on the S&P. Wow, look at that fall on the S&P. Look at that potential bear flag, guys. Back testing that neckline. This is an aggressive area for the longs. I don't like it. I personally don't like it, but obviously we are trying to still hold that inverse head and shoulders. Nvidia is still holding steady. SPY still trying to bounce pretty sharply here. Tesla curling to the downside. Nvidia is seeing a little bit of selling. A little bit more selling starting to hit the tape, guys. We're up almost 50% on our Roblox puts, guys. We should see more downside in Roblox. I still think this is one of the most elevated stocks in the market. We should see, it's looking like Roblox wants to do a 3-bar surge down on the daily. 1, 2, and then maybe a gap down tomorrow. If we gap down off of this 3-bar surge, that would be a perfect put play, and that should take us up over 100%. Finally make back some of the profits that I lost on the what was the $100 puts that I think I took, and that absolutely creamed my ass. So Roblox definitely under a bit of pressure here in the near term. I like to see that. I definitely like to see that. All right, SPY still holding that neckline, guys. SPY is still holding that neckline. Bitcoin still struggling. Nat gas still struggling, down almost 5% on the session there. Names like EQT and AR are absolutely clobbered to the downside. EQT is getting close to a long trade, guys. We've traded that one successfully, but it needs to go a little bit lower. Lennar taking a breather today. Pretty much everything is taking a bit of a distribution day. It does look like the S&P wants to go slightly negative, guys. It does look that way. And honestly, the IWM could be doing one big bearish liquidity grab. So it does appear that the IWM is trying to break out of this inverse, but this could be a fake liquidity grab, guys. So we just need to be mindful of that. Gold's negative. Yields are positive. Crude oil still negative. QQQ down 0.25%. Dixie's green. Google negative. Apple negative. Microsoft negative. Nvidia still green. Tesla still green. Meta still green. That's a failed breakout on the S&P, guys. That is a failed breakout on the S&P. I'm going to look at some put options right here, guys. I'm going to look at some 630 DTEs on SPY. It's aggressive. Alright guys, I'm shorting SPY here, 630 DTE, filled at 86 cents. 86 cents, 630 DTE. I do have a stop loss on the trade. 630.60 is my stop loss. 630.60. Basically a close above this little high. If I get a 1 minute close above this, I'll look to stop out. But I'm taking a risky trade here. Come on. Take us back down. Take us back down. Come on, SPY. I'm riding 630 0DTE puts. I'm shorting this as a failed breakdown on SPY, guys. A failed breakdown is being observed. Come on down. Come on down. Come on. Drop it, drop it, drop it. Drop it down. Tesla's still seeing a little bit of accumulation. SPY's trying to hold on to that neckline. SPY's still trying to hold. Tesla curling down. Open still down 20%. Come on, drip it, SPY. Here we go, guys. Absolutely printing. First trim is a pierce of the low of day, guys. First trim is the pierce of the low of day. Come on, take us lower. Let's check this IWM. I'm watching that IWM on the other screen for a potential failed breakout on the hourly chart. You're into a value area high on the IWM. 225.45 on IWM is really big resistance. Come on. Drop us down here. We're shorting a failed breakout on SPY. QQQ still holding. Yep. Yeah, the market holding. But it could be a bear flag on the Qs. Could be a bear flag. nvidia looks like it wants to go fill its gap as well, guys. Come on. Break it down. Break it down. You're still seeing SPY trying to rope in long traders, and this market is still tough in a very strong uptrend on the larger time frame, guys. So it's definitely a tough market to short, that's for sure. Big punch through on SPY. Really big punch through there. Come on, sell it, sell it, sell it, sell it. Microsoft seeing some distribution. I want Microsoft back down to the lows today. Come on, Microsoft. Give us a new low of day on Microsoft. That FI trade worked out. Anyone still in that? Nice job. Manage it accordingly. Apple trying to hold this 5-minute chart. Bear flag. Semiconductors are still trying to hold steady here and push. SPY trying to make another push higher. Still seeing some buying program. Rocket is starting to make a move, guys. RKT. RKT, come on. Give us a move. Come on, SPY. You know you want to go lower. Drip it lower. We're still hugging that neckline on SPY. Tough area. Trying to push it back up here. Tesla's still curling. nvidia's seeing a little bit of strength. Since this is a 3-minute chart level, I'm going to give it a 3-minute close above this area. It'll be a 3-minute chart close above this area. Come on. Here we go. Come on. Is this a head and shoulders on SPY? Are we forming a head and shoulders on SPY? We might be. We might be. Come on, lose this neckline. RKT starting to move up, guys. RKT starting to move up. You still have semis showing a little bit of strength, but nvidia and Microsoft are curling to the downside right now. Apple also has a bit of a bear flag right over prior day high. KT, guys, trying to make a move. SPY also. Bitcoin back above 118. Netflix still down 1.1. Come on. Still stuck in a tight range on SPY, but we are trying to see it press here. Nvidia still up about 1%. Big push in the markets here. Really big push in the equity markets. SPY looks like it wants to try to do a peekaboo breakout here. It's trying. It's trying to hold steady. We're still technically holding that neckline on the 3-minute chart. Apple still looks like a bear flag. Nvidia trying to push up here. Microsoft trying to bounce slightly. SPY's pushing up here. Microsoft catching another little bid. RKT, come on RKT, push back up. Nvidia is still curling to the upside. SPY still just range bound in this wedge pattern right now. Still technically holding the neckline. But you got some bearish setups on Apple. Microsoft should give us a new low of day. Small caps are still strong. Qs are still negative though. Come on. Drip us lower here. That's a nice little sell. Take us back below this little neckline. Come on. Nvidia is still holding steady. Open down 18. GoPro up 50. Donut up 17. Lucid up 1.92. Nvidia is still up 1.08%. IOVA up 28.5%. Mara up 10, down 10.4%. NIO up 2.5%. RKT just slightly green, up 1.09%. Big Bear AI showing its strength, up 4.27%. QuantumScape down 6.2%. QBTS up about 9%. T, ticker T, is up slightly, 0.47%. OFAL up 21.97%. DNN up 0.93%. Coles getting absolutely slaughtered today, down 15.62%. PAPL up 93.1%. Tesla slightly green, up 0.21%. Ford doing well today, up 2%. FFAI, after squeezing yesterday, is seeing a little bit of distribution today, down 3% on the session. Apple's triggering a bit of a bear flag. IU's saying Oracle's curling around again. Oracle, ORCL, just an absolute monster. Apple's looking somewhat weak here, guys. This looks like a very, very bad bear flag that could be forming here. Still trying to hold the bottom of this range. QQQ still trying to hold steady, but at the low of its opening range. Come on, give us a test of prior day low on the Qs, guys. Give us a test. Want that low of day test. Still a very choppy range here on SPY. Very choppy, guys. See if we can lose this zone and flush us into prior day high. Microsoft curling down on the 1 minute chart here. Nvidia still holding steady. Tesla's still holding steady. Qs are negative. IWM leading the chart to the upside, up 1.07%. Can they take the IWM negative today? I'm interested in maybe shorting the IWM. I'm very tempted, guys, hopping into TNA. What's this daily chart looking like? A little bit of a negative divergence. Nah, I'll stay away from the IWM. Oh, Microsoft getting a big punch up here on the 1 minute chart. Microsoft getting a big stick. This is helpful for the market. You can see we're approaching the apex of this wedge pattern on SPY. We are approaching. You're still holding that neckline. It's wedging here. It's wedging. Does look like it wants to maybe stop me out. Still holding short. Down slightly by about 4 cents on the trade with a tight stop loss. HIM's about to make another new high of day. Thank you for that observation. HIMS. Ooh, that's a nice short now, guys. That is basically giving us a little bit of a short scalp signal here. HIMS. It's aggressive. It's very aggressive. I'll let it go a little bit higher, maybe into the 55 handle. We can scalp short. Come on, give us a breakdown here. Give us a breakdown, SPY. SPY might want to do a peekaboo breakout through this zone and then a lip trip lower, but it's probably going to try to test a bit of a breakout here again. What is happening with HIMS? HIMS wants that gap fill, eh? HIMS is going for that gap fill. Guys, HIMS, I would short HIMS around 55.60, 55.58 for a short scalp on HIMS. But it looks like it wants at least 55.50. That's where I'd consider a short scalp on HIMS. SPY's getting close to stopping me out, guys. Very, very close. Still holding my puts. 630 zeros. I still think we can get a move lower. Come on, is that a high little pivot liquidity sweep there? Come on, take us lower. HIMS is still melting higher here. So 55.60, I get interested in on a short on HIMS. 55.60, guys. We're close. We're about $1 away. So I'm watching it on my other screen. Too bad about that FI trade, guys. Anyone that's still holding FI, I mean, you're printing profits. You're printing profits. That's for sure. Come on, SPY. Take us lower here. Take us lower. Microsoft catching another big stick here. Whoa, Microsoft really seeing a heavy push here. I'm surprised SPY is not really selling off here. TXN starting to go a little bit lower. QQQ starting to narrow that divergence between SPY. So you're seeing a little bit of broad market rotation out of the S&P back into your mega caps. It's compressing that Q and SPY difference, which means that we are seeing a little bit of broad market selling as people are de-risking some of their positions. They're piling that liquidity back into the Qs. That's actually a short-term bearish signal, guys. A very short-term bearish signal. SPY still trading in this range. Burning theta. Burning. HIMS is almost there, guys. About 75 cents away from a short level on HIMS. 75 cents. Is punching through 30 seconds and I will stop out of this trade if it gets a close above this little wick. 20 seconds. They are trying to sweep it here. I just took a loss there at 73 cents. Stopped out. Apologies about that. Stopped those 5 puts for a loss there, guys. Apologies about that, but I'm going to abide by that. Market's definitely trying to push higher here. All right, I'm going to take a break, guys. I have another eye appointment. Apologies about that trade. Definitely thought I could win there. I still think that these markets are very, very choppy, range bound. So just be careful with 0 DTEs. Nevertheless, thank you all for tuning in. I'll be back for Power Hour and likely before that to trade. But for now, just going to go to my eye appointment. I'll throw on 2 charts here for you guys so you can see a little bit of a longer term price action and shorter term. Let's remove these key zones. that? No, it's frozen. It's frozen salmon. So we just do it on the skillet. Yeah, we can do corn tonight. We can do corn tonight. Marcel's been looking at corn the last couple days, but we'll do that then, yeah. Hey, starting in 6 minutes here. So we are set for a potential, well, The market's been ripping here to the upside. Very strong. We are into a short level here on the S&P 500. Pull up my SPX chart. You can see the SPX is not quite ready, but getting very, very close to what I believe is coming to a technical short zone. Very close on the SPX. We are hitting some resistance here. But we should go a little bit higher. Look at that CLR chart. That's just a beautiful technical breakout confirmed on the daily. Doesn't get any more textbook than that, guys. That is a stunning breakout. Absolutely clean as you can ask for. Beautiful. CLX starting to move up. How's Marvell doing? Marvell also still holding this upsloping trend line, getting ready for a bigger move to the upside. So I guess TNE. Still holding. What a bounce there on FI. I absolutely paper-handed that thing again. We'll get another shot. But what a clean move on FI. Right now the S&P 500 still can push higher. I am interested in a short, but we need to push a little bit higher. Maybe we want to use this little pivot zone. TXN has come into that interesting long level. Again, it is into a day tradable level here. So I'm looking at potentially entering some upside calls. We are into that long level. That level is it should be very strong. And I do think these markets can still push a little bit higher. SPY is seeing a little bit of distribution here, some minor selling. Taking some upside TXN calls. Upside TXN calls. Gonna look for an entry here very shortly. Markets are still acting okay. See if we can get a power hour move. It's just 180 over the August time frame. So we're down 13.4%. Yeah, we should be able to get a 187.50. All right, guys, I'm going to trade TXN long here, 187.50 call. Priced at 270. I took a fill, 187.50. No, I'm just entering a TXN call as a day trade. I just tuned in myself. Sorry for it, still. You're all good. So TXN, we telegraphed this level, waited all day for it, into this long zone, massive support here. This is just a day trade. This is just a day trading level. We could go lower on the swing trading side. Where I have TXN going on the swing trade side is a bit lower, around maybe 170-ish, but I'm expecting the markets to make a new push, another higher high here. Boom, look at that, guys. Volume coming in. Come on, TXN. Is that our group? Is that us? Nice move, guys. Nice move already. Come on, pump us here into the close. Look at that strong volume surge on TXN, guys. Here we go. That's what we want to react off of. Come on, give us the more. That's a nice move, guys. Nice declining volume. SPY's coming in though, so that's a bit of an issue. Marijuana stock's taking a breather. Donut has got sold into. Roblox has had a nice bounce. Good thing we trimmed profits there. China stocks are still holding green. Solar obviously been clobbered. Nvidia still positive on the session. SPY is trying to melt a little lower. I'm still expecting a potential late day pump on SPY, guys. I think SPY is going to make one more push into the 634 zone. I'm even tempted taking a 0 DTE. I'm slightly tempted to take a 0 DTE call on SPY. I'm using this little low as a stop. Alright, you know what? We're going to do it. We're going to take a 0 DTE 634 call, guys, on SPY, or I'm going to do it. Right now they're priced at 34 cents. Alright, guys, I'm long SPY 634 0 DTE. Size for loss, please. This will be 24 cents on the trade. With your full port into this trade. Not a lot of time left, but power hour. We're looking for a bit of a move higher here. Market's been in a strong uptrend. We'll see if it continues to push. Right now it is going through a bit of backing and filling. Nvidia up 2.16% on the session. They're trying to break us down here. EXN pushing for new lows. Natural gas still hammered, Bitcoin still weak. Apple's made a nice recovery. There's a nice pop on SPY, guys. Come on, take us back to 634. New high of day. Give us the new high of day. Yeah, so Apple's been actually very strong, pushing back to that flat zone. Here we go. Come on, SPY. Push up, push up. New high of day. Give it to us. Contracts are slowly turning positive. Still have OPEN. That's down sharply on the session. But trying to form a bit of a base here. Open is trying to move up. BBAI has been strong. HIMS has been strong on the session. Monster move on HIMS there. No, I didn't. I just entered that, TXN. I just entered that. We got some time on that, August period, so I might even hold that one overnight. Could be a very similar trade to what Lockheed Martin went through. They dump it into the close all day and then they give it a nice pop. So I'm considering holding TXN overnight as well. We got time. August 1st. 187.50. I mean, you get a 1% bounce off of the lows here. That takes that call in the money. SPY's trying to move up here, guys. Come on. Let's get these 0 DTEs printing. You can see the S&P is going for another little short-term breakout here. Let's get a nice strong close in the market, which sets us up maybe for a swing trade put over the weekend. Come on, pump us to 634. Tesla curling back to the upside. RKT has just been stubborn, not really wanting to move up, but it's still holding another high. Very good move on Oscar today. Good to see that we're still holding some common shares long, and that is printing yet again to the high side. We're long off of this 1306 level, guys. So you can see it's been a wonderful move on Oscar. Oscar target is really around this, just sub 16 bucks, so we're getting close. We're getting very close. TXN still trying to hold this key level. This is a big level for Texas Instruments, guys. TXN still a quality company. Still a double beat. There's just certain semiconductor names they love to just decimate. Come on, SPY. What are you doing lingering here? Not wanting to give us a 0 DTE pump here. TXN moving up off of the lows. Still strong in QBTS. All indices are green. IWM still leading the charge to the upside. Bitcoin still struggling. Oil's flipped green. Oops, it's gone negative. Microsoft still negative, Apple still negative, Google still negative. JP Morgan strong day. Ethereum down 4%, obviously bouncing off the lows. ASML catching a bit of a bid. Enphase still getting clobbered. Good day for Home Depot. Some discretionary stocks. Oracle's up 1.6%. SMCI, nice move on SMCI today, guys, up 3.97%. SMR, nuclear names, still running. Good day for Viking Therapeutics as well. Canopy Growth taking a little bit of a breather. Yields are still firm on the session. Snapchat. Snapchat's negative. Let me look at Snapchat on my other screen here. I've been looking for an entry into Snapchat. I think it's getting very close for another continuation leg higher. Slightly green on the session today. Cost goes barely positive. Come on, give us a late day surge in this market. One more high of day push. TXN just hovering off of our long level. There we go. Here comes the volume, guys. Come on. Take us here. Look at this laser, LAZR. Anyone still in this name? We took full profits, but it's looking like it's going to do a 3-bar surge on the daily. Let's go SPY. Guys, Chewy, once Chewy sweeps that low, it's getting very close to a day trade long. Chewy. Another positive move up for Wolf. Wow. Birkenstocks, that's pushing here. Crocs, nice move on Crocs. Recapturing that daily 200 moving average. That one looks ready for a continuation. That actually looks like an interesting swing trade long. I can't remember who pointed out Crocs earlier, but I know someone did mention it, and I like that chart. I do like the Crocs chart. Recapturing that daily 200 moving average. You've had a nice choppy consolidation pattern, higher low. Yeah, that's looking strong, Crocs, guys. I think Crocs can easily probably get a move. There's some minor resistance at the 111.42, but I see Crocs going for that gap, weekly gap filler on that 117 area. Come on, SPY. Keep pushing. Keep pushing, SPY. We're trying to break out here, guys. We're trying. So look at Crocs, guys, holding right above that daily 200. Looks like we're going to get a 3-bar surge on Crocs. I like it. I do like Crocs. EXN still going a little bit lower. Come on, SPY's trying. Break us out. Obviously, we do have Mr. Testy after the bell. Tesla after the bell. Could be an interesting one. Right now on Tesla, we're up almost $7 a contract into earnings. We're riding at 340 upside. So basically, something out here, guys. Look at the push on SPY, beautiful. Come on, keep us going here. Keep us squeezing. We're riding those 634.0 DTEs. Bart said sold some long positions. Gold had a beautiful dump today. Yeah, gold did have a nice little down move. Silver also seeing a bit of distribution today, but it's still holding positive on silver. The gold definitely taking on the chin today. Dixie, which is interesting because the Dixie's still weak, right? Yeah, Tesla has earnings after the bell, which we will be watching the live reaction. And right now, I only have 2 contracts long, the 640 Septembers, up about 1,200 bucks on those 2 contracts, about 600 a piece. I'm honestly looking at hedging my upside calls with some near-term downside puts. You know, if we basically take what we have in profit right now, which is 1,200 bucks. What's today? August 1st. Good roll. 330. $26s. I'm debating. What's everyone thinking for Tesla? For Tesla today, earnings. I'm debating on hedging my long with some short-dated puts. I just hate hedging. Means I'm sacrificing some profit, but there's just been so much negative publicity around Elon and Trump. Sarper is saying for Tesla he's bullish. Yeah, I'm bullish too. I want that 340. Just thinking of a way to protect if there is a downside dip. Thinking of taking one 327.50 put for end of week on Tesla. 327.50 put. It's about 900 bucks right now on the ask. Just basically taking some of my profit that I have on the trade right now and protecting the larger position. Oh, Tessie, I wish we had a crystal ball sometimes. If you only had a crystal ball for one trade. Starford is playing Tesla Commons on TSLL. Nice. Honestly, I feel like they're gonna try to gap down Tesla tomorrow, but it's going to make a bullish reversal back to the upside. They'll get bought up. I don't know why I'm thinking that, but taking a wild guess. I would love to see Tesla just scream higher since we're net long Tesla, but man. Interesting name. just take profits on my Oscar. I took profits on my Oscar. I'm all out of my Oscar common shares. At 1573. Just over 20% gain. Beautiful little trade there. Start first saying going lower. Is that in the S&P? You're looking at 632.75. Yeah, final 20 minutes. We could. Alright guys, I'm going to hedge my Tesla position. I am hedging. So a pretty decent dip there in the S&P. Final 17 minutes, and we do have Tesla earnings after the bell. Of course, we also have Google. No exposure to Google, but definitely a market moving. We have ServiceNow, Chipotle, IBM, T-Mobile, VKTX, O'Reilly, QuantumScape, CCI. So some big names, guys. Big names after the close. Tesla's revenue estimate is 22.25 billion. We'll see if that comes in. Spike there in the S&P, short squeeze, come on. Yeah, we will be on watch for some of the earnings after the bell, guys. We will keep you abreast of what we hear and see. We will be looking at Google, we will be looking at Tesla. So there should be some market volatility. Final 15 minutes into the close. Can SPY press for a new high of day? Let's pump it. Let's pump it. Come on, they're just keeping a range bound here. It's a nice little move. Wow, Enphase got absolutely clobbered, down 15.42%. So sad for the solar stocks. No, I know Tesla. I said Tesla. You gotta click the picture. Never forget about Tesla. It's a darling favorite. So we will be showing you the earnings reaction. As soon as we get the numbers for Tesla, we will definitely let you know. That being said, about 15 minutes till those earnings come out. Any sort of an impulse move breaking out of this little bit of a consolidation range, I will look to take profits on these 634 zeros. Again, right now we're down by about 1 cent. We've been chopping in this range. Obviously the market is pricing in a big move one way or another, but any sort of an impulse move up, I'm okay with letting these go to zero. They are sized for loss, but any sort of an impulse move through this little zone here, I will look to trim and take profits. So right now we're trying to see SPY push through this zone. Let's move, guys. Come on, give us more, give us more. Here we go. All right, nice move, guys. Nice move. Come on, give us a little bit more. Keep pressing, keep pressing. Here we go, here we go. Come on. All right, guys, I just trimmed half of the calls there. I got 5 contracts left. Trimmed half at 43 cents there. So we did take a bit of profits on that 0 DTE trade. Let's see if we can get a little bit of more of a pump here. Break even stop loss at 34 cents for me. We are about to potentially get stopped out. The market is pricing in a big shoot pop to the upside here. These contracts are still holding very, very well. Look at this, guys. Come on, baby. Keep going. Big move here. Let's see if we can get these 634s in the money. You're wanting to trim here, selling the rest. Come on, one more little shoot up and I'm all out. Come on, one more little push. Alright guys, I'm all out. All out of SPY calls there. 46 cents. Beautiful, little 12 cents per share there. Nice little gain into the end of the session there. A little bit of a 0 DTE scalp there. Good job if you stuck with that trade. About 6 minutes left here in the session. And look at that dump there, guys. What a dump. Tape. Final 4 minutes left in the tape. Nice little 0 DTE trade for us. Thanks, sir. Try to also, I know the YouTube stream, I've got it to the best I can. It's delayed by 5 seconds, but when you're trading these 0 DTs, they can be delayed. Which is why I have the Telegram commentary going, and why I also try to put it in the text box, the chat box, because that I know is live, at least it goes through. Nice little bounce in TXN, guys. I am going to hold this one overnight. This is a half position on TXN. But we are seeing it trying to firm up off the lows here. I do think TXN is into an interesting level here, that it can bounce at least back to 188, maybe even retest this little bit of a consolidation zone gap here, where I could see TXN at least trying to bounce tomorrow too, and then we'll certainly see if we get rejected. But nice volume into the close there, TXN. So again, we're gonna watch Google, we're gonna watch Tesla here. So Google's earnings will be first, roughly 4:03 p.m. Look at those moves on Google. Wild moves. Google still has a very bullish chart that has broken out. We exit our 185 calls for monster gains. No position in Google. What we're riding in Tesla is a primary long position. Primary long position's already green, up about $1,200 on the 340 September calls, September 19th calls. Now, I did take a small downside near-term hedge, so both positions could still profit for us. I'm protecting the downside with one contract short. So 327.50 puts on Tesla as a near-term hedge in the event that it has a negative tape. Obviously, our longer position is still September, which has, you know, about a month and a half on the clock still, which, again, both trades can work out, which is why I'm doing it. Look at SPY. Yeah, what a crazy move there, hitting some monster targets. Those those friggin' 634 zeros. Oh my god, I don't even want to look what they ended at. 55 cents there. That is filthy. It would have been even higher. Still seeing some prints roll in here, but they probably would have went over 100% there. Alright guys, so we are now on watch for Tesla earnings, alright? Mr. Testy and Google set to report. Google's first. Google's roughly at, what time is Google at? 403. Market cap going into this is 2.3 trillion. Price to earnings ratio on Google is 21.3 PE. 6.5 price to sales ratio. Revenue for the last 12 months, 359.7 billion. Still a behemoth. Couple minutes, guys. To have ServiceNow, Chipotle, IBM, Viking Therapeutics, O'Reilly, QuantumScape. QuantumScape's around 415, VKTX around 405. There's Google. Google trying to pump. Google pumping, guys. Massive move on Google. $2.31 beat on the earnings per share. Beat on the rev side as well. So revenue 96.43 billion versus the 93.95 billion. Double beat for Google. So double beat on Google as seen. The reaction was initially positive, getting faded slightly. Net income 28.2 billion. Google Cloud revenue equals 13.62 billion. Google's reversing right now, seeing a little bit of selling. I'd love to see Google fall here and retrace some of these breakout zones. But double beat for Google, and it is coming down right now. Next one coming out is going to be VKTX, TMUS, T-Mobile. So VKTX should be coming out soon. Tesla's in 3 minutes. Let's see what Viking Therapeutics does here. Google coming in pretty hard here, guys. So Google double beat, earnings reaction is negative. Down 1.23% right now. Viking should be coming out literally right now. Look at Google dumping, guys, down 2.5%. Tesla still got 2 minutes. Viking Therapeutics really isn't doing much right now. A little bit of a drop coming into VKTX. Let's see if they can pop test the guys. Let's see if they can pop Tesla. I wouldn't even mind a small dip in Tesla to get those 327.50s green, but again, either way, I would much prefer, I would not care if Tesla pops. I mean, if Tesla just rips here, that would be very, very good for upside calls, and those should start to print. So Google down by about 2.45% right now. Tesla should be coming out in about 2 minutes here. Yep, nvidia pumping on the back of Google's CapEx. So Google announcing more CapEx, more chips, and really the only supplier that can do that, fulfill that is nvidia. So nvidia is really liking Google's CapEx spending. So that's obviously a near-term positive. See VKTX again, that's starting to come in a little bit. Tesla's coming out very shortly here, guys. Las Vegas Sands beats estimate, LVS. So LVS beats estimate. Look at that spike on LVS, guys. Big, big move to the upside. Vegas still printing profits. Revenue 3.81 billion, 2.83 billion. Huge beat for Las Vegas Sands. Profit 783 million versus 628 million. Wow, that's huge. That's huge on Las Vegas Sands. So Alphabet increasing our investment in capital expenditures into 2025, approximately 85 billion in CapEx spending for Google, which is obviously positive for Come on, Testy, what are you going to do here? Mattel, EPS 19 cents versus 15-cent estimate. Missing on sales. Reaffirms outlook. So ticker MAT. Seeing a little bit of weakness. Stock right now not doing too much. So one of the reasons CapEx spending is high on Google. You're seeing Google continuing to melt down here. IBM, big drop on IBM there. Look at IBM dump here, guys. Service now, big market cap coming up. So IBM dropping, Google dropping. Here comes Service now. Service now pumping, guys. Service now. Is it going to cross that $1,000 psychological number? Likely will. Service now trying to press here. Service now. Chipotle Mexican Grill is also out. CMG. Look at Chipotle dump as well. Nasty Chipotle down move. Chipotle taking on the chin for now. Tesla numbers out, guys. Tesla's numbers are out. Tesla plans for new vehicles that will launch in 2025 remain on track, including initial production of a more affordable model in first half 2025. Tesla right now is trying to make a move to the high side. Come on. Keep pushing, Tessie. Here we go. Tesla up 1.5. Pump it. Pump it. Pump it. Pump it. Tesla Q2 revenue, $22.5 billion. Estimate 22.64. It's a miss on the revenue side. Adjusted earning per share, 40 cents versus the estimate of 42 cents. So it's a miss. Miss on both. Tesla misses. Tesla misses both earnings, guys. Double miss on Testy. Look at Service Now, guys. Service Now pumping. Tesla 340 calls are almost in the money, so markets are set for what looks to be a gap up tomorrow. Tesla holding steady. Google taking a little bit on the chin, falling on the back of its capex spending, but really it should be okay. It still posted a pretty big double beat. Right now you have semiconductors absolutely loving the extra capex spending that Google's announcing. Tesla has also announced that it's picking up some more chips from nvidia. So here you have the biggest company in the world, nvidia, up 0.75% in the after hours. You have AVGO absolutely flying to the upside in the market. What does that mean? Semiconductors are starting to take leadership again and going to suck in liquidity like you cannot believe on the back of this capex spending. So the question is, are more companies going to be announcing capex spending, which should influence semiconductors? We obviously still have upside positions in semiconductors. I still have upside targets in the SOXX, and these capex spendings support higher price in the semis. Again, just to summarize things, Tesla double missed, Google double beat, Tesla holding steady, Google dropping on the back of higher capex spending. nvidia and semiconductors are absolutely pumping in the after hours on the back of that capex spending. Tesla announcing they're going to have to purchase more nvidia chips. Likely, if they're purchasing nvidia chips, Broadcom is also going to get some business from that. You can see Broadcom pushing up here, sweeping. Is Broadcom at all-time highs? Yep. Broadcom sweeping all-time highs. Let's look at ASML. ASML, yep, ASML is up as well. Let's look at Micron. Micron catching a bit of liquidity as well on the back of higher than capex spending. AMD also taking some beautiful liquidity there. But so far, it's been an okay earnings report. It doesn't hinder this market. A little bit of distribution in Google on the back of this print. But that money that's flowing out of Google is flowing right into the semiconductor market. It's not leaving the stock market. It's just rotating back into your semis. I would still like to see Tesla try to push up here. Obviously, we have the downside put hedge, very short term, but our primary is still bullish on Tesla. Earnings calls are still set to come here, guys. I'm not going to stay on for the earnings calls, but there could be movement. I've seen stock absolutely rip on earnings. I've seen them dip on earnings, so we still have to watch these closely. But SOXX definitely seeing a nice move up here in the after hours. A whole $1.33 move to the upside. After this sector was going through massive distribution over the last 3 days, it does appear that they are trying to perk this name back up. So, nice move. So Tesla's Q2 revenue down 12% year over year, missing on the lower vehicle deliveries and reduced regulatory credits. GAAP net income 1.71 billion, down 16% year over year. EPS 33 cents versus 40 cents prior. Operating income crashed 42%. So pretty negative tape for Tesla, but the question is, Marvell also getting a pop? Don't tell me that, Sarfrez. That was my worst paper-handed trade. Yeah, Marvell getting a small pop as well. Nice to see that for sure. So we could now, guys, so tomorrow we could actually run into a scenario where semiconductors could be the only things that remain strong in the market. We could see small cap sell off. We could see other S&P 500 stocks sell off. And this could be just a NASDAQ semiconductor rally. That's what I have seen when semiconductors catch a trend. They just like to they don't like to share the liquidity. They like to take it all. It's just that bullish theme that I have observed. So obviously Tesla's still holding steady right now. Look at our ICLR, guys. Boom! Our most bullish trade of the year. And we are gapping up on earnings. What a monster move, guys, on ICLR. What an epic move, guys. I am getting out of my full position here at 180.50, guys. ICLR, I'm exiting my full position common shares here in the after hours. Beautiful. ICLR is hit target, guys. I am all out. Look at that beautiful 3-bar surge on the daily. I mean, it doesn't get any cleaner than that. Inverse head and shoulders breakout. Confirmed it, and an earnings pop. Bang! Absolute monster, guys. We pounded the table on that name. Epic move. Look at that gap up. move the CLR, guys. Tesla coming in. Google still dropping here. Tesla. And again, we could profit both on the put option that I took, the 327.50 put on Tesla, as well as our September strike. So Tesla coming in right now. $327.50 Tesla puts are in the money. I am going to bring this in. Let's actually look at a few other names here. QuantumScape, trying to make a little bit of a push. Let's look at R.O. O'Reilly. Ticker TREE, Lending Tree. Big push up. Lending Tree raises fiscal year outlook, sees revenue 1 billion to 1.05 billion versus the 981 million estimate. Nice little revision there. Nice pump for Lending Tree here. Lending Tree is one that we can watch on the long side as we progress into this market. Look at this ICLR, guys. Upside targets hit and surpassed. What an absolute monster. All right, guys, that's it for me on this session. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you, thank you. We will do this all again tomorrow. So one winner on the 0DT front, one loser. Morning loser, afternoon winner. Basically canceling each other out here. Nevertheless, thank you all for tuning in. We'll see how Tesla and Google perform into their earnings. Right now, it does look like semiconductors are going to, yet again, start to potentially outperform in this market environment. Right now, we are seeing strength into really your big behemoth nvidia, Broadcom, AVGO. Those are holding up the cues in the after hour. Fairly muted reactions on Tesla and Google. Google dipping slightly, Tesla dipping slightly. As of now, they're both kind of rebounding off of the lows. So we'll see if that continues. Earnings calls are set to take place. So obviously things can still see some volatility. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow.